basketball on 2K Sports. With Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy, this is... So the New York starting five. We've got Bridges. Ward is out there with Towns. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Anunoby in at the 3 slot. And for Boston, Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. And what a matchup we have here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
And out of bounds as the Knicks gain possession. Here's Brunson. Pass to Hart. Puts up a 3. Off to a good start as he hits his first shot attempt.
You can't afford to let Hart get going from deep. He's ready to shoot it when given the opportunity.
Here's Tatum. And Holiday kicks to Tatum. Outside, White. Back to Tatum. 5 to shoot. And stolen by Anunoby. And it's slammed in by Bridges.
And there you see the basketball IQ Bridges has. Natural court sense. He knows exactly where to be.
The shot by Holiday, no good.
Well, I know he can finish at the rim, but the defense did just enough to force the miss.
And here is Anunoby. Back to Hart. Lock at 6. Here's Brunson. Porzingis with the block.
He's just fast off the floor to challenge shots. Porzingis, this helps him get a lot of blocks like that one.
Just over a minute and a half played here in this one. Brunson against Holiday. Now in the scoring column with that bucket. 1 for 2 this game.
Able to absorb contact. Holiday is not someone that is prone to lose focus on these tough takes.
Brunson outside. On the wing, Anunoby. Too long in the paint. He's hit with a 3-second violation. New York shooting their first free throw of the game. And he shows the focus there. Nails the technical. And the foul on Drew Holiday. That's his first foul. And the Knicks making a change here. Achua's checked in.
Checking in for the Knicks, number 5, Precious.
To the left wing. Brunson with a clean look. And the Knicks miss again.
Well, you can tell he thinks he should have had that one. Even harder on him when he's got a good look like that and it doesn't go down.
And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way. And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. To the paint. Achua, the pass to Towns. Out to Bridges. Here's the 3. And again, it's the Knicks missing. Celtics trail by 4. White the pass to Holiday. And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That's his first foul.
Personal foul, first team foul.
Brown feeling out a bit. To the middle. Down to 5 on the shot clock.
And the length and quick feet allow Bridges to match up defensively against almost anyone on the floor.
White, good.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in the first quarter. Pass to Hart. 3-pointer. Boston grabs the miss. Here's Here's Holiday. Now here's Porzingis. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And nice use of size by Porzingis inside. Able to practically play on top of the D.
We've got 1:13 left in the first. Runs in the pass to Towns. And there's the foul. It'll go on Josh Hart. That's his first foul. Miles McBride's checked in for New York.
Substitution on the court.
1:06 left in the first quarter. Outside, Horford. Pass to Cornette. Back to Horford. To the right side. And now the Knicks on the break by himself. A dunk by Achua.
Oh, reversed it home. That was pretty.
Agreed. The agility on display. 36 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Now McBride. Pass to Achua. And taken away by Brown. Here's Pritchard. And here is Horford. The Celtics working the ball around now. 6 to shoot. There's Brown with the 3. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. So at the end of one quarter of play, still a close game. Knicks lead by... And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Knicks.
Well, our coaching staff has to be happy with how active they've been defensively, forcing turnovers and making the offense uncomfortable.
And they're making their own luck with how hard they're playing, forcing turnovers and turning that into offense.
Here are the 5 New York has to start here in the second. They've got Precious Achua. Payne out there with Miles McBride. Then it's Bridges. And it's Robinson. And at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Tatum with it. No scoring in this one. Nice move. It's rebounded by New York. Achua inside. Craig is on him. Achua, no good. Boston trailing. Now here's Horford. Hauser the pass to Craig. Tatum with it. Horford sets a screen for Tatum. And a miss there on the triple. Quarter number 2. We're about a minute in. Bridges passes to Achua. New York, no good that time either. And so it's Boston with it. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. Pass to Hauser. Now here's Craig. Here's Hauser. Back to Craig. 6 on the shot clock. The 3 from Tatum. Boston, no good that time either.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the 3.
Pass to Payne. Here's McBride, guarded by Tatum. And it's a defensive 3-second violation. As a coach, what were some of your favorite parts, Stan, of life on the road?
Well, Kevin, we get treated really well on the road in the NBA. I mean, you can travel on great charters. People take care of your bags. We stay in great hotels. But my favorite part of being on the road was when we were on our way home. Easier to win at home, family at home. That was the favorite part of it.
How about the bonding experience that a lot of coaches talk about when you're out there kind of alone against the forces, just you and your team?
Well, I definitely think players bond on trips like that because they're not going in different directions. They team to spend time together. I don't think any of them ever wanted to spend time with me.
Pass to Tatum. High, arcing shot, and the layup is good. And now a 3-point Celtic lead. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for Boston.
Well, our coaching staff has to be happy with how active they've been defensively, forcing turnovers and making the offense uncomfortable.
And so far, just a great job forcing turnovers and creating opportunities in the open floor. The defense at the heart of that.
And Holiday throws it down.
He's an explosive, athletic guard, and I tell you, the coaching staff must love watching Holiday in the open court.
And the timeout called here by Tom Thibodeau. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. Brown, he's checked in for the Celtics. Derek White comes in for Pritchard. Then for the Knicks, Achua, he's checked in for Mitchell Robinson. Miles McBride comes in for Bridges, and it's Jalen Brunson in for Payne. Towns, pass to Anunoby. The three, it's good from long range. Anunoby's got himself on the board with 3 there.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
Tatum dishes to Brown. Back to Porzingis. Fires for 3. The shot misses. And so Anunoby will bring it up for New York. Right the pass to Porzingis. And that one is good.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
Here's McBride, guarded by Holiday. From deep, Brunson. Third time is not the charm. 0 for 3 for the floor so far. Here's White. It's tipped. Outside Tatum. Inside, here's Brown. Offensive rebound. Pass to White. Outside Holiday. Off target from outside. Knicks trail by 4. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Down low. New York moving it around. Anunoby has the open look. Drains the three-pointer. Anunoby's got a couple of three-pointers in the second for New York. Tatum looking around. Over in the corner, White. Pass to Holiday. Now Brown. Outside Tatum. Outside Holiday. No good on the last second attempt there. And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. It's the Celtics up by 1. It's time now to go courtside as we send you. Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily. Halfway through this one, plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. One of the stories here, Drew Holiday getting it done today.
Definitely been challenging the defense here early on, not settling for anything outside.
Well, I just love his fearlessness so far. He's charging inside like no one can stop him.
The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. White in at shooting guard, with Brown playing small forward. And it's Holiday in at the point guard. That's the Boston 5. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's foul number 2 for him.
First team foul.
Tatum against Hart. Tatum passes to Holiday. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Tatum. A three-pointer, no good. New York trailing. In the corner, it's Bridges. Pass to Hart. Lays it up and banks it in. Hart's got the first bucket of the third here for New York.
Terrific play call to give him a clean look at the rim. That's how you want to start the second half.
Yeah, I like how they're establishing their interior presence right away. That's going to collapse the defense and create other opportunities.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
Solid work at the line a season ago. 83% on his opportunities.
Here's Brunson. Porzingis with the block. Anunoby against White. Brown with a screen on Hart. Porzingis kicks to White. The tray. It's rebounded by New York. And here is Hart. He's got 5. Anunoby in the corner. Launches a 3. Rebounded by Tatum. The Celtics have gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. White finds Tatum. A 3 from Tatum.
This is why Tatum is a volume three-point shooter, because he knows how accurate he can be.
Into the third we go. 2 minutes in now. Here's Brunson. Played in with a nice touch off the glass.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
Celtics leading by 3. Tatum kicks to Porzingis. Pass to Holiday. And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That's foul number 2 for him.
And the next one puts him in the bonus.
The Celtics making a switch here. Pritchard's checked in. Holiday attacking. That shot missing. Bridges with some nice defense. Knicks trail by 3. Right side Towns. Brunson outside. For 3, Bridges. Rebounded by the Celtics. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds now tonight. Pass to Pritchard. Round with it. He's guarded by Anunoby. Back to Porzingis. Holiday, no one around him. And he's good on the 3 ball. Holiday's got the lead up to 6 now for the Celtics.
And he's got it all working for him tonight. Holiday's effort level and energy are off the charts.
And we're going to have a jump ball. It's tied up there. Greg, you look at today's point guards, so many different types that can be effective.
And there's a lot more freedom for point guards to kind of explore the parameters of their game. Sometimes it's steadying an offense. Other times it's to ignite it.
And here we go. Fast break. Towns has got it. That's in, and the Celtic lead is cut down to 4 on the bucket from Brunson.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
Third quarter action, and just under 3.5 minutes have gone. Pass to Pritchard. To the inside. And they blow the whistle for a foul. He was trying to disrupt the fast break opportunity. The Knicks shooting their 3rd free throw shot of the game. On the free throw, no good. So both teams making some changes here.
Substitution on the court.
1:19 left in the 3rd. Outside, Towns. Bridges, no one around him. A 3-pointer is right on target. Bridges has got 5.
No hesitation from Bridges. He gets the ball and is primed to take that shot.
Here's Pritchard. Brunson covering. And Holiday has it in the corner. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. The Knicks have gone 4 of 7 to get things started here in the second half. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
You know, the size, talent, and fearlessness of Towns is a lethal concoction. A prime-time player who poses many problems for the defense.
Luke Cornett, he's checked in for Drew Holiday. And then for New York, Miles McBride's checked in for Josh Hart. And Cameron Payne subbed in for Jalen Brunson. Pritchard passes to Cornett. Down low, shot clock at 6. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock for the lead. McBride's shot is off. Towns against Horford to the middle. Here's Cornett. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. Pass to Achua. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed. And the Knicks lead by 1. This game has a lot of character here in the third period. 6 changes of the lead here.
Intensity is the theme for this one.
We're at the end of the third, and we've still got a close one. Knicks lead by 1. And we're just moments away from the start of the fourth quarter. Stay with us. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. On the court for the Knicks, OG Anunoby is out there with Towns. Then it's Robinson. Then there's Miles McBride. And it's Payne in at the point. Anunoby passes to Robinson. Now Payne. Some nice passing by New York here. Towns wide open. Offline with his 3. Tatum finds Craig. Outside Tatum from past the arc. Good on the triple. Tatum's got 6 here in this quarter.
That's what makes Tatum so dangerous. Offensively, he doesn't need the ball in his hands to be effective.
To the paint and stolen by Horford. Pass to Craig. And we've played through about a minute here in the fourth. Back to Tatum. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. Drew Holiday's checked in for the Celtics.
Substitution on the court.
Knicks trail by 5. Here's Kolek. Pass to Towns. Here's Achua. A 3-pointer off the mark. Boston shooting 43% from the field. Hauser the pass to Holiday. Tatum setting the pick for Holiday. The Knicks pull it in. Here's McBride. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. Boston leading by 5. Tatum with the screen on Anunoby. That's a floater go. Tatum's shot is off.
Well, give credit to the defense for cutting him off. Normally, that'd be easy points for him at the rim.
And the foul on Drew Holiday. That's foul number 2 for him. Both teams deciding to change it up.
Substitution on the court.
Boston on D. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets. Towns a screen on Tatum. This one for 3. Jaylen Brown with the rebound. The Celtics have gone 2 of 4 from the field since we started the final quarter of play. The shot by Holiday, no good.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Outside Tatum. Just under 2.5 minutes gone here in the final quarter. Good work there as it goes.
Using the bounce, Tatum just explodes to the hoop so quick.
Anunoby in the corner. No good again that time.
You know, the ill-advised threes isn't how you want to close the gap. You've got to have better shots in it.
Porzingis kicks to White. Inside, Towns with the steal. Here's Bridges, and he goes right over Jaylen Brown and slams it down.
Unbelievable. You think of Bridges as understated, not that flashy, and then he does that.
Holiday against Brunson. White, wide open, he fouls. Misses the 3.
Defensive breakdown there, and they got lucky. He's not going to miss too many of those.
On the wing, Bridges. No good from outside. Celtics leading by 5. We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Brunson against Holiday. Brown wide open, he fires. And the 3 ball is good. Brown's got the lead up to 8 now for Boston.
And this is what the team wants JB to do. Punish defenses that don't respect him from the corner.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hey, Kevin. Well, during the break, I heard Tom Thibodeau as he talked to the team. Now, he was very encouraging toward his guys. He said, look, you're working hard out there, but I need you to keep doing that. Crucial point right here. Give me everything you have so we can expect intensity out of this huddle. Guys?
Thanks, David. White looking around. Porzingis sets the pick for Holiday. Pass to Porzingis. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. Bridges outside. It's Hart on the wing. White covering. Bridges for 3. And again, it's the Knicks missing. They're in good position here to ride it out.
Well, certainly, if they just play smart, this game's over.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Here's Porzingis. Pass to White. Holiday with the 3. It's rebounded by New York.
Anthony Thomas.
And Tatum puts up a deep 3. Off on that one. So it's the Celtics picking up the win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there was some time.
All right, David, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. We're staying.
to NBA basketball on 2K Sports. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Anderson, alongside Grant. A couple of rivals going head to head here, Clark. You can feel the extra tension in the air.
No doubt about it. That heat is palpable. Everybody wants to be at their best and prove they're the superior team, but the fireworks and friction is real.
Here are the 5 for Philadelphia. Kelly Oubre out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. Then there's Paul George. And it's Grimes in at the 2. Pass to Embiid. Tries again. And that one off the back of the rim and in.
You got to appreciate the consistency. Night in and night out, he brings it.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Joe Mazzulla. I asked him what he told his team in regards to how to guard Paul George tonight. He told me Paul is a tremendous player. I told our guys that when he's attacking, we need to help one another out. It has to be a team effort defending him. So it sounds like he'll be sending plenty of defenders PG-13's way.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. White, good.
Strong off the dribble is Derek White. He's also a solidly built 6'4". That allows him to play through contact.
The 3, George, and he's in the books. Now 1 for 2.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
Outside Maxey. Almost 2 minutes into the first here. Grimes, the pass to Oubre. The layup misses. For Boston, they've gone 4 of 4 from the floor. Perfect start. Ooh, a two-handed power slam.
He wanted to let us know that he's got some bounce to his game now. White rising up with ease to send that one home.
Outside Maxey. It's George on the wing. Three-pointer, no good.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
They've been taking care of business.
Especially at the offensive end, where they've been totally insane. Man, I love how strong Tatum goes to the rack. You give him room to get up, he's banging that thing.
From the arc. Grimes' shot is off.
And even after airtight defense like that, you still just expect him to hit those kind of shots.
And the foul on the shot. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
You know, I think that's exactly the right attitude for White to have. Go at the defender head on and don't back away from the contact.
And he sinks the second, despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games. Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, B.A., and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also had some good depth, and that really helped.
Will it go? Porzingis grabs the board. Boston leading by 8. First quarter of play, and we're about 3 minutes in. It's good. Tatum's got 8 points.
Building a big advantage early with a terrific all-around performance. Yeah, you know, they've had the advantage at both ends. They've got all the momentum early on.
The Celtics have gone a perfect 7 for 7. White for 3. Rebound by Philadelphia.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
And Tatum's got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. Who's locked in. He drains his 5th shot in as many attempts.
Really taking charge of the game, largely with a detailed interior attack. And, you know, that involves pounding it inside, getting as many points as you can right at the rim. That demoralizes a team.
1:03 left now in the first quarter. Here's Porzingis. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum.
They've shown so much energy right from the start, particularly on the offensive end.
Tell you what, forget about easing into the game. They came out with guns blazing.
Here's Grimes. And Porzingis with the block.
When a guy has a 7'6" wingspan like Porzingis does, it's just tough to get away from him or get by him. That allows him to block a lot of shots.
Everyone in the building saw the obvious contact.
Yeah, the officials didn't need to talk that one over. It was obvious.
He's made one and missed one so far at the line.
And guys, I think that's a tribute to his work ethic. I mean, it's not by accident that he's enjoying the success he is at the free throw line.
76ers trail by 16. Here's Butler. White with a steal. And Pritchard, here we go. Off target at the rim.
Yeah, he just flat out tricked that one, missed it, and has no one to blame but himself.
They get it back. Here's Edwards. And no good. The dry spell continues. Left side Tatum. Pass to Hauser. White with it. Here's Hauser. Just 3 on the clock. And it's blocked by Embiid. And so it's the Boston Celtics in control with a 16-point advantage heading into the break. Building this lead up. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And a very convincing performance from the Celtics so far.
Well, clearly they played well in the first period because of their selfless attitude.
Yeah, and you know, so many of their hoops came off an assist, which is a good sign of ball movement and sharing that ball.
So on the floor for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter. They've got Joel Embiid. Butler out there with Edwards. And it's McCain in at the 2-guard spot. Here's Yabusele. This one for 3.
Yeah, with his length and athleticism, Tatum has the tools to be a lockdown defender.
Here's Hauser, guarded by Edwards. Pass to Craig. Lets the 3 fly. Drills it from deep. Craig's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
A total defensive collapse. I mean, no reason to allow him that kind of space from behind the arc.
From downtown. Boston pulls it in. Quarter number 2 and about a minute in. Horford passes to Hauser. Now Craig. Back to Pritchard. The 3. Joel Embiid with the board. Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Craig with a steal. Ooh, ripped away. Pass to Edwards. From 12 feet. And Pritchard pulls it down. Celtics lead by 19. Here's Craig. And the shot is good on the assist by Tatum. Tatum's got 3 assists now in this one.
Jason Tatum scores, but also creates for his teammates a sign of his continuing growth as a player.
Brent, we're starting to see more players throwing alley-oops to themselves off the backboard. Did you ever do that?
In practice, maybe, but although I had some leaping ability early on, I never had the audacity to do it in a real game.
Tatum with it, picked up by Embiid. Pass to Hauser, lets it go from deep. He can't hit that time. 76ers trail by 18. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, guys, drawing charges is an art. The Warriors' Brandon Podziemski led the league last season, and he said, I'm not going to jump with anybody at the rim and block them. This is another form of rim protection. And Brian, while some have labeled them dangerous and called for charges to be taken out of the game, they remain a winning play.
Yeah, that's a good point, Allie. Thanks. A nice shot by McCain.
That's a textbook example of how to move the ball. Boy, you gotta love that action.
Outside Tatum. Pass to Pritchard. 6 to shoot. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. That's on Joel Embiid. Boston shooting their 5th and 6th free throw attempts tonight. And he knocks down the first one. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Porzingis is checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Craig. White, he's checked in for Hauser. And Holiday subbed in for Jason Tatum. And so it's George with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. 19-point game. Maxey against Porzingis. And George gets it to go on the assist from Maxey. George has got 5 now.
PG-13, using that length inside.
Pritchard, the pass to White. Oh, they get a hand on it. George with a steal. And just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. To the paint. Oh, deflected. And so the ball out of bounds. Brown touched it last.
He clipped the ball there, but not enough to nab the steal.
Clearly a careless pass. He got away with one there.
Cornette's checked in for Pritchard. Jacks up a 3. And it's Cornette with a rebound. Celtics lead by 17. Holiday with the ball. Still no points. It's tipped. Here's Bonner. 3-pointer. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds in the game. White on the wing. He's covered by Oubre. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. 76ers trail by 17. Here's Grimes. The Sixers again can't hit.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then because his shot making is not happening right now.
And the free throw, no good.
Holiday really is a soft-spoken guy on and off the court. Leads by example, is extremely reliable and talented, and his teammates have great respect for him because of it.
Throw back. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Here's George. And no good. Brown with some nice D. In transition. And now we've got an intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
White hits them both. 76ers trail by 19. Here's Bonner. He's scoreless. Comes up empty from 19 feet out.
Boy, he wishes he had that one back.
And just totally relentless. Only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
And so it's Boston sitting on a comfortable 21-point lead at the end of the quarter. They're communicating well and stringing together stops. Appreciate it, Allie. And we'll be coming right back after this break, ready for the third quarter. After a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. How about Derek White really making a difference here?
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
Well, you know what, guys? It was all about efficient offense, not rushing things, taking your time, finding the best shot on every possession.
Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Brown in at the 3 spot. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half. White looking it over. It's Brown on the wing. Back to White. Clock at 6. Going inside. And it's Tatum missing. 76ers trail by 21. Shoots from the block. Yep, that one goes. Maxey's got his first 2 points.
That's where Maxey's at his best. He wants to get the ball inside.
About a minute played here in the second half. Back to Tatum. Here's the three. Another basket. He's now 6 for 7 in the contest.
Slow reaction from the D, and it cost him 3.
And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for Philadelphia. Embiid. And then Embiid with the dunk.
I got pity for that rim right there, Joel Embiid. That's a big man banging that thing down.
Clark, one of the league's premier scorers. Embiid does a lot of damage in the mid-range.
I tell you, for a guy as big as he is, I just marvel at his touch, his footwork, and the fact that he scores at all 3 levels. He scores at the rim, mid-range, he's dangerous, and then the three-point shot is one that he can knock down with decent regularity. So at his size, most would like to see him attack the rim more, but I still marvel at his versatility as a scorer. Checking in at about 200 pounds, Maxey is much stronger than he appears.
Tyrese Maxey taking 2 shots.
Both good from the line that time. Boston leading by 18. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Maxey against Holiday. Up and in on the layup.
You know, the athleticism of Holiday and his size ensures that even inside, he's an effective scorer.
To the inside. And stolen by Porzingis. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, the slam dunk is arguably pro basketball's signature play. And forward Nicholas Batum said growing up, you have so much joy in dunking. You're one of the few people in the world that can. But Father Time marches on, and like most vets, he's come to grips with the reality. He said, my body told me, no more, bro.
Well, leave that to the youngsters now, right? All right, Allie, thanks. White, good.
Outstanding play by White that time. He just took off and got up and down in a heartbeat.
George outside.
2 minutes remaining.
Back to Embiid.
2 minutes.
For three, Maxey sends it home from three-point land. Maxey's got 7.
Yeah, he's been hooping, but the rest of the team, not so much.
Holiday against Maxey. Now here's Holiday. He's closely guarded. That one goes in. Holiday's got 4 points in the quarter.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
And it's Maxey missing.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Outside White. Takes the 3. Philadelphia grabs the miss.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
George passes to Oubre. Back to George. From behind the arc. Offensive rebound. Outside Maxey. George outside. Second shot opportunity. And it's in there. 7 points in the game.
Well, that's a smooth-looking jumper by Paul George. I mean, he's one of the more gifted scorers in the league, and there's no place on the floor where he can't hurt you.
The drive by Tatum. 30 seconds left in the third. 6 on the shot clock. Goes back up. And Grimes pulls it down. 76ers trail by 21. George outside. Oubre, a screen on White. Back to Oubre. Oh, he cuts it back and throws it down. Right on Porzingis.
Proving right there he's a team player who wants to get his guys involved. I like seeing George make those passes.
With some arc. Misses the layup. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. Celtics out in front, up 19. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. reading the defense like a point guard.
Terrific versatility coming from a big man. Not something that the majority of big guys possess.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. On the court for Philadelphia to start the fourth. We've got Butler, Edwards out there with Joel Embiid, and it's Yabusele in at the power forward position.
Tatum clearly putting on a show in this one, doing it all.
Here's Edwards, and a great assist by Butler as that one goes.
Defensively, you just can't afford to give these easy looks up. Just asking to get burned if you do.
Tatum passes to Horford. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Hauser. Play clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Sinks the tray. Hauser's got himself on the board with a three there.
And you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to him at all times.
Yeah, especially with the score being what it is. I mean, you got to tighten it up on D.
Back to Embiid. And then Embiid with the dunk.
Pick and roll comes fairly easily to Embiid. Taking what the defense gives him, he's a pretty intelligent baller.
And here's Tatum. Here's Hauser, down low. Craig, no good. And a little over a minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Outside Edwards. To the middle. Yabusele, hooked that.
Seems to have a knack for hitting guys in their spots. His vision, excellent.
Now Tatum. Three-pointer. No luck on that one. It's Edwards on the wing. Pass to McCain. Yabusele. And a miss there on the triple. Boston leading by 18. Pritchard, the pass to Horford. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got 7 rebounds in the game. It's Edwards on the wing. Pass to McCain. Here's Yabusele. Horford covering. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
First personal foul. First team foul.
That one misses. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Hauser. Derek White's checked in for Craig. And Holiday subbed in for Pritchard.
Don't care how strong you are, how big you are, what you think you can do. Embiid is a load to handle. Joel will get to the line.
What a 22-23 season it was for Joel Embiid. Named MVP with the Sixers, Clark.
Yeah, and that was Philly's first MVP since the answer. Allen Iverson back in 2001. Embiid led the league in scoring at over 33 a game on 55% shooting from the floor. Remarkable. Nobody could stop him. He was virtually unguardable.
And Oubre gets it to go.
Well, Maxey continues improving as a facilitator, finding these opportunities to get the ball moving.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Kristaps Porzingis picks one up.
The officials were right on top of that one.
Clearly a foul. I mean, didn't give him any choice but to blow the whistle. You got to play without fouling.
He hits the second from the line.
Not nearly as productive a trip to the line as he'd have liked. They need all their free throws to go down at this point.
And the call will be against Kelly Oubre. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
There's a minute 54 left in the fourth quarter here. Porzingis passes to Brown. Holiday from long range. The kick out to White. There's Tatum with the 3. Oh, he pipes it. 9 for 14 and showing no let-up.
They have a relentless mentality. even with the game in total control.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Well, they're on the right path now, but still in a pretty big hole.
That kind of deficit, I think they're going about it the right way. I mean, they've got to get aggressive on defense. They need stops. And then you got to take care of the basketball at the other end so you get a good shot every trip.
And there's a 3-second violation.
3-second violation. Philadelphia ball.
Philadelphia with the ball. They're on a 13-5 run. Tatum with it. Oubre picks him up. Right side, Holiday. We've got 1:08 left in the game.
Well, I like the fact that the energy that Brown plays with makes him a guy that does a good job getting to the line.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
And he makes the first. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Cornette's checked in for Porzingis. Horford comes in for Jason Tatum. Hauser, he's checked in for White. And Pritchard is subbed in for Holiday.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the Celtics.
Offensively, they made the most of their trips.
They found multiple ways to score consistently, and a little luck doesn't hurt them either. They also got some nice bounces off the rim tonight, too.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Jason Tatum.
The scoring effort from him, unreal. Carrying this team, I mean, he was amazing tonight.
Inside, here's Horford. Soft touch off the glass.
And guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
Yeah, what a time to put the hammer down. Any hope of a comeback diminished.
Here's McCain. Uneasy, too, on the layup. They absolutely want to add to what's already a big lead.
No question, B.A. No reason to let up. Just keep playing your game.
Here's Pritchard. Offensive rebound. Here's Cornette. Got a piece of it. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
They really were, B.A. They played with great intensity.
got two of the top offensive teams in this one.
Yeah, but my focus is on the other end tonight. Defense. The team that can come up with just a few timely stretches of stops, I think they win.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward.
Got to credit the defense. They found a way to stop him, and that's never an easy task.
Right wing. Lopez with the ball. He's picked up by White. Prince can't hit. Here's Brown. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday.
Well, this is where the powerful frame and explosive athleticism of Jaylen Brown becomes a problem for the opponent. Nicely done.
Now here's Prince. Lillard finds Kuzma. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. 6 to shoot. The shot by Lillard wide open. Off target from three-point range. Now granted, it took 40 years, but the Bucks finally won their second NBA title back in 2021.
Yeah, Kareem leading that 71 squad. Giannis was the man in 2021, averaging 35 and 13 during the finals, closing out the Suns with that 50-piece in Game 6.
And taken away by Brown. Holiday with it. He's picked up by Lopez. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
Milwaukee ball.
For Milwaukee, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. On the wing, Giannis. Lillard outside, and it's out of bounds. The Bucks able to retain possession here. Musician Jack Harlow in the building, showing his love for his Celtics.
Well, his support seems to be serving them well, right? The way the Celtics have been playing, I'm sure Jack Harlow is having a nice night thus far.
And here is Tatum, after Damian Lillard was able to get the 3 to go. And it's Brown missing. For Milwaukee, they've gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Lopez finds Prince. Back to Lopez. Lillard left side. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Porzingis. And here's Holiday, who will bring it up for Boston. Trailing by 2. Antetokounmpo with the steal. Prince against White. Porzingis with the block.
A swat by Porzingis, that wingspan, letting you know he's in the house.
Tatum, and goaltending is going to be the call, so they get the basket there anyway.
Man, that's a tough call for the refs to make there. I'm not sure it was on the way down, but that's how they saw it.
And when Porzingis goes to work inside, Doris, there are not a lot of answers for his side.
We know, Kevin, obviously, that post-ups become less and less a part of the game, but still an important one opportunistically. And you talk about efficiency in the post, that is Kristaps Porzingis. But not only that, the mid-range game is there, the three-point game is there, and the defense is there.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
And the Celtics making a change here. Horford's checked in. The Bucks also with the sub. Portis, he's checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And Lillard kicks to Portis. Back to Lillard. Kicks it out to Prince. And again, the Bucks miss. The Celtics have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Picked by Horford. Round down low. Working on Portis. The kick out to Holiday. The shot's good. Brown making the play.
Gotta respect the range of Holiday if you're the D, showing he can hurt you from that area.
And Kuzma has it in the corner. Outside Portis. Pass to Lillard. Buries the long-range jumper. Lillard's got 6.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Now Now here's Brown, and there's the 3-second call. This one on the defense. Boston shooting their first foul shot of the game.
And a season ago at the charity stripe, this is a group that shot an impressive 81%.
And the technical free throw is good. Doors, some great shooters on this Boston team, but at times, don't you think they settle from the perimeter?
Well, Kevin, obviously, this is a coaching staff that puts a heavy emphasis on three-point shooting. They led the league in makes. They led the league in attempts. But obviously, your two best players, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, with their size and athleticism and driving ability, you want to try to find the right balance. They do a great job of that.
And so he hits the technical free throw. 40 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Pritchard passes to Horford. 6 on the shot clock. The Celtics need to get a shot off. A shot by Pritchard, no good.
Listen, he knows he should have made that shot. We'll see if they can work it back to him in that same area.
And there it is for him.
When he's gone, KPJ is a deadly offensive player. Can beat you in so many ways, including off the bounce.
A 3. Hauser misses. Trent up top. Down low. They kick it out to Green. And that one released in time, but no good. Tie game in Boston. And we'll get the second quarter under. And it's been a pretty even game here after one quarter of play. And the Celtics guys, what jumps out to you stats-wise?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
Yeah, I think they wanted to come out of the gate strong, and they have. They've taken the early lead here.
On the court for Milwaukee here in the second. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post positions. Porter is out there with Gary Trent. And it's Green in at the 3-spot. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It goes on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
And a big part of perimeter defense, Greg, avoiding screens. What are some of the tricks of the trade in that regard?
Well, sometimes you have to get skinny. I mean, other times it's using your strength. A lot goes into it. Also, getting a cadence for the screener. It's one of the more challenging aspects of NBA defense.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, the Bucks are still trying to perfect their chemistry. Bobby Portis says things take time. You've got to keep continuing to build it. There's another level Dame and Giannis can get to. Just making it clockwork. Them continuing to get better at it opens the floor for everyone else on the court. Kevin?
Well, David, with those two guys, Dame and Giannis, it opens the floor up a lot. Hey, thanks for the report. Porter kicks to Green. It's Trent on the wing. Here's Portis. Rebounded by the Celtics.
Boy, this guy is a good finisher, so he misses a chippy. That's tough to take.
Here's Horford. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. It goes on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
You have to love how tough Al Horford is. When he gets deep, low post position, it makes it really hard on the defense.
DB, I imagine any lineup could benefit from a veteran guy like Al Horford.
Boy, you just look at how younger guys on the team lean on Al. He guides them through any number of experiences. He's been a pro's pro from the moment he entered the league, and he's still having an impact with his defensive ability and range shooting.
And the wide open shot from Green. No good with the triple.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Oh, Tatum won't be denied.
Well, the increasing strength of Jason Tatum is making it harder to knock him off his path. That is nice.
It's Trent on the wing. Back to Green. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Milwaukee is to get off the shot here. And Green gets it to go.
And how about Porter Jr.'s court awareness? Excellent job finding the open man with the pass.
Milwaukee foul. And some some changes here for the Celtics. Porzingis comes in for Al Horford. And it's Drew Holiday in for Torrey Craig. The Bucks also changing it up. Lopez, he's checked in for Bobby Portis. And it's Taurean Prince in for Green. Here's Pritchard. Still scoreless. Pass to Hauser. Holiday with it. Off on the layup. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here. And that one misses.
7-footer. Lopez is pretty versatile. You get all the defensive impact you'd expect, but he can also consistently score on all three levels.
Brown, he's checked in for the Celtics. White comes in for Pritchard. The Bucks also changing it up. Kyle Kuzma's checked in for Gary Trent, and Lillard subbed in for Kevin Porter. Al Porzingis after the missed three from Damian Lillard. Here's Brown. The kick out to Tatum. Porzingis passes to White. And the rejection by Giannis. Kuzma finds Prince. Kicks it out to Lillard. And Lopez has it in the corner. Back to Lillard. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. The Bucks shooting just their second attempt at the line tonight.
And their numbers from the line last season, they're good, just not great. About 77% as a team.
And he shows the focus there. Nails the technical. Luke Cornett, he's checked in for the Celtics. The Bucks also with the sub. Portis is checked in.
A downright lethal three-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
The Celtics working the ball around now. Here's Holiday, and it's sent back by Lopez.
Just superb timing. Lopez stretches out beautifully to send that back.
It's Prince on the wing. White covering. Portis, the pass to Lillard. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead there. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. Holiday left side. Outside, White. Outside, Holiday. Again, the miss by the Celtics. Milwaukee has gotten cold from deep in the second quarter. Just 2 of 6 from long range. It's stolen by Brown. Outside, Holiday. There's 39 seconds left now here in the second. Nice shot by Porzingis.
Porzingis a tough cover. This guy knows he can make threes. Now you get inside the lane and look out.
Lopez outside. Back to Prince. Left side, Portis. It's stolen by Brown. White down low. Covered by Lillard. Pass to Cornett. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation.
3-second violation. Small.
Lillard surveying the D. Now here's Lopez. Back to Kuzma. Three-pointer. And it's sent back by White. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Celtics lead by 3. Thank you, Ed, for that interview. And we'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You have to like what we've seen so far from Damian Lillard.
Man, he's been running wild on them through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far unstoppable.
White in at shooting guard with Brown playing small forward. The post pair. Tatum and Porzingis. And it's Holiday in at the point guard position. That's who's in the game for the Celtics.
It catches people off guard to see what a smooth stroke Lopez has for a big fella.
You know, you were talking about Giannis. He can put up 30 a game without taking many shots from the perimeter. And that's a tall order these days, especially because he gets doubled every single time. Offensive rebound.
Look at the big fella working on that possession. He knows how to fend guys off and get those rebounds.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. It's important to remember Damian Lillard was a two-star prospect coming out of high school in Oakland. He says that the doubt I faced, what I found is I have true belief in myself. I poured a lot in and just continued to work. That's why when I struggle, I never waver because I know that I'm true to it. Eventually, I'm going to have my time. Kevin?
I think they call that game time. Hey, David, thank you. And Lillard kicks to Lopez. Giannis outside. Holiday against Kuzma. Kicks it out to Lillard. And Lillard gets double teamed. He's looking for Prince and finds him. Just 4 to shoot. Taken away by Holiday. To the inside. White. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 4 assists in the game.
Oh, that is impressive stuff from Derek White. Defender in his grill, no problem.
Lopez passes to Lillard. And Lillard gets double teamed off his leg. And the ref saying he kicked it. Here's Giannis. Kuzma finds Antetokounmpo and Tatum over to Helm. 5 on the clock. Back to Prince. And Prince with the jam.
Well, fast off his feet and up at the rim in a hurry. Taurean Prince with an easy one.
Now here's Tatum. Pass to Porzingis. And the rejection by Giannis. Tipped away. Prince outside. Back to Lillard. Prince against Brown. Over in the corner, Lillard. Taken away by Holiday.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Milwaukee with the rebound. Lillard left side. The kick out to Lopez. Holiday brings the double team. Porzingis against Lopez. Lock at 6. Kicks it out to Lillard. A miss that time. Would have put him up.
Absolutely tenacious guy. Stuck right on him defensively. Bothered that shot.
Prince against Brown. 1:19 left here in the third quarter. Lays it up and in on the nice reverse.
Don't you love how Brown just barrels into the teeth of the defense? This is a shifty forward who knows how to get to the rack.
Three-pointer, Lillard cranes it from beyond the arc. Lillard's got 13. Guys, we're not through 3 quarters of play, but 6 lead changes already in this one.
Yeah, competitive, and I think we all can agree that we thought this would be the type of game that would come down to be an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Porzingis with a screen on Lillard. Gets the bucket and the foul. That's on Brook Lopez.
Well, Porzingis is a willing screener. He understands angles and how to get guys open.
Both teams changing it up here. And the free throw, no good. And we all hear talk about Drew Holiday's defense. But you know, Doris, he is much more than that. You've said it countless times.
Kevin, this is a guy who's a tremendous rebounder for a guard, a very willing playmaker. He can carry a scoring burden if you need him to, but he's also willing to take a very limited number of shots. It's all about the team with him.
It's good. 6 points for him.
And no matter what they've tried, the D just has not been able to deny them the ball inside.
And they get it. It'll go. The Boston lead is cut down to 4 again on the bucket from Lillard.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
And we've reached the end of the third. Celtics out in front, up by 4. And we're coming back in just a moment. Get ready for the fourth quarter of it. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feat.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. Setting the floor for the Bucks, Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post positions. Gary Trent is out there with Kevin Porter, and it's Green in at the 3, the small forward. Horford. Rebound, Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo's got 4 rebounds in this game. Pass to Porter. On the wing, Green. Craig defending. Trent kicks to Porter. Tatum against Trent. Porter outside. There's Portis. Rebounded by Tatum. The Celtics with the lead. Driving inside. 2 points. That one goes.
This guy a tough cover for any defender. Creative and assertive scoring the ball.
Portis, the pass to Green. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. Porter against Tatum. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Offensive rebound. Up top, Porter, guarded by Tatum. Trent passes to Porter. There's Green with the 3. He can't get that one. Celtics leading by 4. Tatum with it. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. It goes on Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's safe to say Jason Tatum is a bona fide superstar.
He certainly is, Kevin, and really been a big-time star from the time he was 23 years old. Lots of pressure on this young player, but Jason's not only embraced it, he's thrived under it.
Milwaukee making a switch here. Lopez, he's checked in for Bobby Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Green. Prince is checked in for Gary Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Porter. Back to Giannis. Prince outside. Kicks it out to Lillard. And again, the Bucks miss. Boston shooting at 46%, making some buckets. White, good.
Yeah, Porzingis, because he's a scoring threat, that's going to open up opportunities for him to find his teammates.
Pass to Lillard. Back to Prince. Here's Kuzma. Now Giannis. Kicks it out to Lillard. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo as that one goes in. Antetokounmpo's got 3 assists in the game. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Now Tatum.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
To the middle.
2 minutes.
Porzingis can't hit. Bucks trail by 5. Kuzma kicks to Antetokounmpo. Pass to Lopez. Kuzma outside. Giannis right side. Prince outside. Porzingis with the rebound. Porzingis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Boston leading by 5. Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by. Tatum with it. Lillard picks him up. Tatum passes to Holiday. Outside Tatum. Tatum from 3.
The ability for Jason Tatum to be ready on the catch. Those opportunities make the game a little bit easier.
From deep, Prince. White with the defensive effort.
That is fantastic defense on one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Didn't give him an inch of room. And now as the clock ticks down, this is going to end up as a solid victory here for Boston.
And they're fully in control now, but there were some tense moments, I thought, for them throughout this game.
Listen, they certainly weren't coasting despite what the score looks like. I love the way they came together, though, when everything started to look a little dire and really put the hammer down.
And watched them all night long. No one could really stop them. Just another excellent game it was for Drew Holiday.
What a selfless effort tonight. He's done such a great job finding guys in their appropriate spots.
Pass to Brown for the three. The rebound by the Bucks.
I think it's safe to call this one a wrap.
Well, it's been a hard-fought battle through much of the night. They just missed out on a couple of opportunities they'd love to do over.
And that's the beauty of Giannis. Always been a willing passer and can find the open man wants to be. Focuses in on him.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game. Holiday with it. Guarded now by Prince. Pass to Porzingis. Back to Tatum. White wide open. He fires. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. So we see Boston get the win here. It was up for grabs right until the final seconds. Yeah. All right, David, thanks so much. And that...
And a peek into the locker room. Players soaking in the last few moments. Thanks for joining us here. Looking at the starting five. For the Boston Celtics, the perimeter pair is white and brown. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center, and it's Holiday in at the 1. And for the Knicks, Josh Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. Then there's Jalen Brunson, and it's Bridges in at the 2-guard spot. And one thing you've got to do on the floor tonight, box out.
2 elite rebounding teams here, BA, so making sure that possessions count. Work to get the best possible shot you can in the half court, because you know there's not going to be a lot of second opportunities in this one.
Here's Towns, and it's powered home by Towns.
They're going right for the iron. Towns muscling his way through.
Holiday with the ball. Hart covering. Back to Holiday. Outside, Brown. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Pass to Anunoby. There's the 3. Drops in the 3.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Foul on Josh Hart. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. Holiday passes to Porzingis. Oh, it's stolen by Towns. Bridges against White. Now it's Hart. Tatum brings a double team. Hart passes to Brunson. Towns with the ball. 5 on the clock. Back to Brunson. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. Anunoby can't get it to go.
Really excellent defense there. They know he's capable of knocking it down from the outside, and they could not have played him better.
Pass to Tatum. Back to Holiday. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Porzingis misses.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Towns is screen on White. Outside Brunson. It's Bridges on the wing, defended by Brown. Anunoby for 3. Porzingis grabs the board. Boston's gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. And Brent, this Knicks team, they've taken on the identity of their head coach.
Well, BA, isn't it interesting? Tom Thibodeau, lots of scuttlebutt about him as the coach. And then they brought in players that kind of fit the coach. They play hard, they play defense first, they play a ton of minutes, but this team is gritty, and they don't give up.
Now here's Towns. Back to Brunson. Pass to Hart. Let's go with a 3. He drops it from range.
Hart just whipping it away quickly, not giving the defender time to close out.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
I briefly spoke with Tom Thibodeau. I asked him about the star power that they're up against tonight, and he said, quote, "I'm not worried about the highlight reel plays. I'm worried about the relentless nature of that team over there. And the ringleader is Drew Holiday. He plays every possession on both ends of the floor."
Thanks for that, Allie. Now here's Hart. To the inside. Towns can't get it to go.
Got the ball where he wanted it, but then got swarmed.
White, the pass to Tatum. And he converts the layup.
That's good hustle. Tatum beating several guys up the floor, putting himself in a position to contribute.
A minute 9 left in the first. Brunson with it. No points so far. Pass to Hart. Beyond the arc. For three. Rebounded by the Celtics. Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
Tatum finds Porzingis. Tatum looking it over. No good. That would have tied it. New York leading by 3. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. And here's Bridges. High post Towns. Pass to Anunoby. Here's Brunson outside. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's Holiday. That one drops for him.
Two teammates connecting right there. Slick feed.
So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. New York out in front. They lead by 1. Let's take a quick break. And getting it going again here in the 2nd quarter. Fairly close game so far. All right, guys, what's your take on the Knicks so far?
I really like the attitude they've displayed here early on.
Yeah, I think they've controlled the momentum, and that is showing up.
So the Celtics 5 right now. Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Jason Tatum. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. And it's Hauser in at the 3 spot. Outside McBride. There's the triple. From outside the arc. Launches a 3. Hits the trifecta.
Offense has been hard to come by so far. A much-needed bucket right there.
Yeah, the buckets have been few and far between, and neither team able to get into any sort of offensive rhythm.
Stolen by Payne. Robinson passes to Payne. To the paint. Here's Achua. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
And Payne just playing eyes-up basketball, seeing that opportunity.
Celtics trail by 6.
13-7.
Right side Tatum. Pass to Horford. Here's Tatum. McBride covers. On the wing, Tatum. Craig, no good. New York leading by 6. Fires the 3. Horford pulls it in.
Well, the D really getting away with one there. No one on him. And that's going to be good 9 out of 10 times.
Achua with a steal. And here we go. The Knicks in transition. McBride can't get it to go.
He's cold from distance here in the 2nd quarter. May want to try a different approach moving forward.
Tatum. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Robinson's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Robinson's defense is always a factor, Brent. And lately, he's done a better job of staying on the floor.
NBA fouls have been an issue for Robinson, but the thing that he really needs to learn is it's not about blocking shots. It's about being in great position with your body and being more of a deterrent so he can stay on the floor to be more impactful.
Tatum passes to Craig. Now here's Tatum. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
First personal foul.
And it's going to go on Cameron Payne.
And look at Tatum getting aggressive inside.
And he drops it first. Grant, there's a huge difference between talent on paper versus winning.
You're right, B.A., and it comes down to coaching, chemistry, and sacrifice. But I think the biggest thing is effort. All things being equal, the team that plays the hardest is going to win.
The Celtics making a switch here. Porzingis is checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Hauser. Derek White's checked in for Craig. And Drew Holiday is subbed in for Pritchard.
That's Bridges' shot right there, the corner 3.
Porzingis with a screen on Achua. Here's Tatum. Hey, strong move, Tatum.
Want to score in the NBA? Picks can really force the D to make tough choices.
White against Bridges. A minute 50 left in the second. Towns up top. Great D that time from Porzingis. Celtics trail by 5. Left side Tatum. Brown, a screen on Achua. Puts it up from 12. White for 3. It's rebounded by New York. Pass to Bridges. Outside Brunson. Achua with a screen on Holiday to the middle. Kicks it out to Anunoby. The 3 is up. And again, New York with the triple.
That's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
Holiday against Brunson. Tatum, a screen on Brunson. And here's Brown for 3. Downtown, Jaylen Brown.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth, showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Pass to Towns. Back to Brunson. Shot clock at 6. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns.
How about the response from Brunson, nailing 3 of his own?
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Now here's Tatum. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
First personal foul. There's no debate there. He got hammered.
He's gone 2 for 2 at the line so far.
Just money from the line. Tatum knows the importance of making free throws.
Josh Hart's checked in for New York. And Brunson's got the ball here for the New York Knicks. 6-point game. The clock runs out, and we are headed to halftime. It's the Knicks leading by 6. All right, now let's check in with Allie LaForce. Allie, what do you have?
All right, thanks. Tibbs, what'd you think about the way this team...
Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball. Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. One of the stories here, Jason Tatum. Man, is he getting it done today?
He took a head-on approach in the first half, going straight at the D and drawing fouls.
Yeah, almost inviting contact, that attack mentality on full display.
We've got OG Anunoby. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns, and it's Hart in at the power forward position. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks. Celtics trail by 6. Ooh, here's White on the drive. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard.
An ascending superstar. Tatum has really honed in on what he does best on the offensive end.
So far, he's made all of his shots at the foul line, going 4 for 4.
2 shots.
And so Tatum nails both of them. Knicks leading by 4. Here's Brunson. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation there on the defense. And he'll be shooting his first free throw.
Jaylen Brunson at the line.
And he shows the focus there. Nails the tee. With Brunson being undersized, he has such a great feel for how to create space, Brent.
Incredible footwork, BA, the way he puts the needle on the record and just scratches it and pivots around and makes defenders jump and move. Amazing manipulation skills at the point guard position for a guy his size to get it done in the painted area.
4 on the clock. They get the rebound. Out to Bridges. Pass to Hart. It's stolen by Holiday. And they're running. Here's White. The rebound by Bridges.
I don't think the defense does enough out there to bother him. I think that one's all on him. Just a flat-out miss.
Hart with a screen on White. Now Towns. Anunoby for 3. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Porzingis sets a screen. Here's Holiday. Uses the glass on the layup.
Drew's got such a great build. 205, 210 pounds, a bigger guard. Hard to knock him off of his shot.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Jalen Brunson's craft sets him apart. He said, quote, "I've always played with my instincts and tried to see the game a couple plays ahead. As I've gotten older, that part of my game has gotten wiser and better, but I'm still learning." Brian, that's a scary thought for the rest of the league.
He's already plenty dangerous, Allie. Down low. Okay, do it, KP.
You got to stay in front of Porzingis, especially when he rolls out of the pick and roll. Even though that's not a guarantee, you're going to stop it.
Outside Brunson. Pass to Hart. Fires the 3. It's hauled in by White. Boston trailing. Holiday finds Brown. Oh, Jaylen Brown! A strong finish.
Terrific initiative from the swingman. Brown is smart at understanding when to look to score inside.
Here's Brunson outside. New York again can't hit. The Celtics have gone 3 of 5 from the field in this third quarter. Kick out to Brown. Tatum from long range. No luck on that one.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Hart passes to Towns. Pass to Anunoby. The kick out to Brunson. And here's Hart. Now Anunoby. The 3 ball. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got 8 rebounds in the game. White can't hit. The Knicks have gotten 0 shots to go out of 6 attempts. And Anunoby gets it to go on the assist from Bridges. Anunoby's got 8.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
Brown, a screen on Hart. It's Tatum working inside.
You're calling Tatum a capable scorer would be an understatement. He is an elite offensive talent.
And Porzingis with the block. Here's Brown, and the jam by Brown.
Oh my goodness, he hammered that one down.
For an absolute exclamation point. Brunson passes to Bridges. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. White on the wing. Inside, White gets it to go.
An outstanding floor general right there. Holiday has switched between point guard and off guard, and a great feel for when guys are open.
Brunson surveys, driving inside. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis. Now Brown, 10 points for him. Pass to White. Outside Tatum. Fires for 3. JT for 3.
This small advantage is starting to snowball.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away. Threatening here.
And so it's the Boston Celtics up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. They're key. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
The coaches talk about it all the time, but to be able to play with that kind of feel, nice play, collaborating, improvising, and organic.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. We've got Jason Tatum, Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Peyton Pritchard, and it's Hauser in at the 3, the small forward. Celtics lead by 10. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Hauser grabs the board. Right side Tatum. And his 5th basket. Now 5 for 8. Looking comfortable out there.
And sometimes you forget how long Tatum is, and he's terrific at using this to his advantage inside.
Back to Payne. Outside Anunoby. 4-3. Anunoby with another miss.
And not a way to get out of a funk. He needs to be looking for good, solid, more efficient shots, not the wild one he took there.
Tatum with it. Outside Craig. Back to Tatum. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Can't get it to fall. Knicks trail by 12. Payne pass to Anunoby. Towns outside. Launches it. McBride can't get it to go.
Ooh, he missed an easy chance to put some points on the board. He won't get a much better look at that kind of shot again here probably tonight.
On the wing, Tatum. Back to Horford. Outside Craig. Horford, a screen on Achua. Craig attacking. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
And some changes here for New York. Hart's checked in for Achua. Mikal Bridges comes in for McBride. And Brunson is subbed in for Payne. New York has gone 0 for 3 here in the 4th. Pass to Hart. Now Anunoby. Bridges outside. Left side Brunson. Here's Towns. New York again can't hit.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Here's Tatum. Foul called. Looked like the D didn't get there in time. And he'll shoot free throws. Jalen Brunson picks one up. He's off on the first. Kristaps Porzingis. He's checked in for Craig. And he's good on the second. Knicks trail by 14. Outside Brunson. Everyone loves an underdog story. And there's few better than that of Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, this kid falling into the second round and all the perception around whether or not he was big enough or can he shoot the ball, is he athletic enough? This guy has continued to work hard every year and turned himself into an all-star and an all-NBA player. Well, the lefty listed at 6'1", Jalen Brunson, is a bit of a different matchup. He's just so physical and he can play on and off the ball. Dare I call it funky?
Holiday passes to Brown. Outside White. Pass to Holiday. The 3 is up. And it's New York with a rebound. Right side Brunson. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Outside Hart. The 3. It's rebounded by Jaylen Brown. Celtics lead by 12. Outside Tatum. Outside Brown. Back to Tatum. Fires from deep. And they'll get another chance. And here's Brown. Another shot. Hart pulls it in. And so Anunoby will bring it up for the Knicks. So far in the 4th, they've allowed just 6 points.
Well, with a comeback out of range, we can put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Celtics.
And at first glance, it appeared to be an easy win for them. However, they had to weather some storms along the way, Grant.
Yeah, in terms of competitiveness, it was a lot closer than the final score indicates.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Jason Tatum.
He was tough to cover all game long. One of those nights when he felt like nobody could stop him, and they didn't.
Now here's Tatum. Just 5 to shoot. They double team Tatum. Fires from way outside. Boston, no good that time either. And stolen by Brown. There's the drive. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to be on OG Anunoby.
An explosive athlete. Once Brown gets a step on the D, they pretty much have to foul.
And both free throws good for Brown.
Yeah, that'll ice it right there. Not everybody can keep their composure at the line in such a big situation.
And it's a defensive 3-second violation.
New York ball. At the line for New York.
And so he hits the technical free throw. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win. Those are...
with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Look at the 76ers starting group. We've got Kelly Oubre. He's out there with Embiid. Tyrese Maxey out there with Paul George. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. Now, here's Maxey. And the shot goes in from Embiid.
A gifted interior scorer. When Embiid establishes himself down there, he is almost automatic.
Lillard against Maxey. Lopez inside. Kicks it out to Prince. Just 5 to shoot. Lillard outside. Back to Prince. On the 3 off target. And it's Maxey with the ball for the 76ers. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, the Bucks head coach and I were able to talk, and their biggest concern, of course, it's figuring out a way to guard Joel Embiid. Coach said Embiid presents all types of issues. He can post you up, knock down the 3. We'll have to send multiple bodies at Embiid to keep him in check. We'll see how they try to defend him. It won't be straight up. Guys?
Thank you, David.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Milwaukee's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Here's Kuzma. It's hauled in by the 76ers.
There wasn't a lot of resistance there at that rim. He just tricked off a little bunny.
And stolen by Kuzma. Here he goes. And Kuzma slams it in.
What a jam from Kuzma. The athleticism there makes him look unstoppable. He's playing the game with pure excitement right now.
He capped off that dunk with some serious hang time on the rim. It's good.
Yeah, and once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. You'll gladly take those.
Several lead changes going on here in the early portion of this game.
It reminds me of that cameo song, Back and Forth.
Lillard with the bucket.
A downright lethal 3-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Here's Grimes. To the paint. Here's Oubre. And finished off by Oubre.
And that's how you lead a team. Literally.
Lillard, the pass to Kuzma. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Pass to Giannis. And George gets the whistle that time.
Paul George.
That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
On defense, Philadelphia. Giannis passes to Kuzma. And it's Antetokounmpo picking up the assist. Giannis has got 3 assists now in this one. Maxey kicks to George.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Fires away from outside. From downtown. Stolen by Prince. Kuzma outside. Out to the right wing. Prince in the corner. From the arc. Drills the 3-pointer. Prince has got 6.
And with the height to see over the defense, the eyes to spot the open man, Giannis continues to flourish as a facilitator. And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Now, here's Antetokounmpo, still without a basket. Prince kicks to Giannis. Kuzma outside. 4 on the shot clock. The Bucks need to get a shot off here, and it's Giannis missing. For Philadelphia, they've gone 5 of 7 today so far. Nice shot to get this game underway.
Holding nothing back there. George gives the dunk his all.
Now, here's Lillard. He's got 5. And it's Grimes with the rebound. Here's Maxey. Some solid defense from Antetokounmpo.
Just enough resistance to force the miss. Barely. That's one he'll generally make.
Lillard outside. Out to Kuzma. Ball's knocked loose and stolen by Maxey. Nobody near George. No good on the three. The Bucks have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. Lillard misses. Here's Grimes. Outside for George. Hands it from downtown. He's got 9.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Paul George, he's been the guy making... And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
The ball movement has been outstanding so far. They've come out of the gate looking for that extra pass.
And they've also been feeling it from beyond the arc. Good start for them so far.
Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post positions. Porter is out there with Gary Trent. And it's Green in at the 3, the small forward.
Gary Trent
That's the group for Milwaukee right now.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
To McCain. The kick outside to Butler. Off target with his 3. Bucks trail by 4. Outside, Green. Back to Portis. Embiid against Antetokounmpo. On the wing, Green. Shot clock at 6. Good, and the assist goes to Giannis. Antetokounmpo's got his 5th assist in this one. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, even with an MVP and Joel Embiid, the Sixers can't be a one-man show. Embiid says, I watch a lot of games and I see what's working. Good basketball means cutting, moving, guys getting off the ball, and it's moving and not sticking. But you need the right guys to execute that system. I think we've got the right guys. Kevin?
You know, you and I agree. They do, David. Thank you very much.
Shooting while in rhythm. Porter Jr. has an impressive understanding for when to let that thing fly.
They get a hand on it. Now the Bucks moving it up. Green taking his time here. Kick out to Giannis. Trent outside. There's Portis. Count the bucket. And he's got a free throw coming up as well.
Yeah, coach's pet peeve there. No box out.
Yeah, you think you got to stop, and it's wasted because of sloppy work on the glass. You literally practice that every day.
Looking at who's out there now for the Bucks. Lopez comes in for Green, and it's Taurean Prince in for Trent. Philadelphia also making some changes. Oubre's checked in for Edwards, and it's Quentin Grimes in for Butler. Here is Porter after the made shot from Kelly Oubre. Porter passes to Portis. Prince outside. Back to Portis. Kicks it out to Prince. The 19-foot shot. Rebound by the 76ers.
Oh, I can see some miscommunication on defense there very clearly. They were super fortunate it didn't torch them with that mistake.
Attacking in transition, the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
Yeah, when you hustle on the break like he does, good things tend to happen.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
Here is Porter after the Sixers pick up 2. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Second personal foul.
And you hear Richard about players dunking and putting a hurting on the rim, but that iron sometimes can put a hurting on a player's hands too, right?
Oh, and then when you get older, those landings, they can start to hurt too. End of the day, there's a price to be paid for all that high-flying in-rim wrecking, and it's worth it.
Kyle Kuzma's checked in for the Bucks. Damian Lillard comes in for Kevin Porter. Now Lillard after the missed 3 from Tyrese Maxey, and Lillard kicks to Kuzma. Lillard looking around. Pass to Prince. Portis sets the pick for Prince. Inside. Portis can't get it to go. The 76ers leading by 4. Oubre, no one around him. Knocks down the 3-ball. Oubre has got 5 points now in the quarter.
Easier to go strong to the hoop, but I tell you what, when you feel it, take it from deep.
Nobody near Lillard. And again, the Bucks miss. The 76ers have gone 5 of 7 from the field here in the second. .51 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Portis, the pass to Lillard. From deep three-point land. Rebound by the 76ers.
He missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance.
Look at that play right there! Woo!
Oh! Is Dame trying to get in the dunk contest? Looked like it on that incredible finish.
Kuzma outside. Pass to Portis. Prince outside. Over to the wing. And Lillard kicks to Prince. Those 3-pointers off the mark. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. 76ers ahead. They're up by 5. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge. All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. It's been quite a game for Kelly Oubre.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
And on the floor for Nick Nurse as we get into the second half. We've got George. Kelly Oubre out there with Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard. And there's the foul. And it's on Taurean Prince. That is his first foul of the game.
Team foul.
George against Kuzma. Here's the teardrop.
And using his length and footwork there, Kuzma is able to stay aggressive defensively.
Kicks it out to Lillard. Prince outside. From deep onto the Kumbo. Maxey grabs the miss. Philadelphia leading by 5. Little over a minute gone here in the second half. And the basket is good. Got it to go through on the contact, so a free throw coming up. Great opportunity for a three-point play. Philadelphia shooting their third free throw attempt of the game.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from the charity stripe. That's a huge factor.
And Damian Lillard with the jam.
Yeah, Lillard has those ups. He can get to the rim when he wants to.
Hey, GA, how about Damian Lillard's time in Portland? 11 magnificent years.
I mean, Kevin, arguably the best trailblazer of all time. Rookie of the year, then 7 All-Star appearances. Dame will always be a legend in the Rose City.
And we're just about a minute and a half into the third quarter of basketball. George with the steal.
That's what we call intelligent defense. Just put himself in a position to make a play on that kick out.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And this is what Paul George does. He looks for any opening on the floor to create opportunities for his team.
Kuzma finds Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got 7 rebounds in the game. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, Brook Lopez started off, of course, as a post scorer. He's completely reshaped his game over time, becoming a three-point threat and a defensive stopper. He said, I tried to focus more on being a pillar at the defensive end, someone my teammates can rely on. I'm always talking in the paint, letting you know I'm there to back him up. Kevin?
He's got great communication skills, David. Thanks for the report. Milwaukee making a switch here. Trent's checked in. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Milwaukee ball.
Bucks trail by 6, and the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That'll be his second foul of the game.
And now only one away from being in the penalty.
Giannis high post. Oh, it's Antetokounmpo! Explosive on the drop.
I don't know that anyone covers
right wing. Pass to Embiid. Rebounded by the Bucks. Lillard from outside. Yes, it is. Scored that as a bucket. Number 5 on a 5 for 11 night.
Well, they're getting stops, and they're attacking on the offensive end.
All the momentum seems to be running in their favor. They're close to taking the lead.
Back to Oubre. Philadelphia moving the ball around. The 76ers again can't hit it. And the Bucks with possession. It's been 8 unanswered points for them. Here's Grimes, defended by Trent. Grimes passes to Maxey. Here's the drive, and slam dunk by Maxey.
I just love the pace that Maxey plays at, constantly applying pressure to the defense.
Maxey against Lillard. And Trent now top of the key. 6 on the shot clock. Trent's outside. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. Can't tie it up as that one's no good. A chance at a 2 for 1 if they want it.
If I'm them, I try it.
Here's Grimes, and the layup's good off the glass. Now it's a 5-point 76ers lead.
Hey guys, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip.
Kicks it out to Lillard. Good, and a nice assist from Prince. Lillard's got 8 points here in this quarter.
Some nights, Lillard can just keep going and going.
Outside, Maxey trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good.
And no need to rush this. Let the clock run down.
Yeah, and you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Lopez passes to Antetokounmpo. Giannis rips it down.
Oh, he went for the two-hander on the slam. You've seen some muscle.
Some urgency from him there. Sure.
And that's when they say you can't teach tall. This is where size helps you, owning those rebounds in the defensive end.
And so it's Damian Lillard making things happen. And with 3 quarters behind us, we start the 4th quarter in what is still anybody's ballgame. And it's Antetokounmpo with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Bucks. Antetokounmpo and Portis man the post position. Gary Trent is out there with Portis. And it's Green in at the 3 spot. That's the group for Milwaukee right now.
Giannis will take on any defender. Nice finish that time.
Butler dishes to Embiid. And here's Edwards from the arc. Oh, good on that one. Milwaukee in the lead. Porter looking it over. Green finds Porter. Here's Giannis. The kick out to Porter. Shot clock at 5. No good on the triple.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
And Embiid throws it down.
Defense looks helpless against Embiid on that slam. He's just too physical.
Porter against Butler. Giannis outside. Physical basketball from Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Yeah, it's clear why they go to him in these moments. They know he's going to deliver for it.
And I like the fact that the defense is looking to protect the rim at all costs.
It's tough to find things to not love about Embiid's game. It's so complete. He's a true two-way player who is a nightmare you have to deal with on both ends.
Prince is checked in for Green. Quentin Grimes is checked in for the 76ers.
Just focusing on the task at hand, that's all you can do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
He had a nice open look right there. And the Bucks lead by 2.
And how about Porter Jr.'s court awareness? Excellent job finding the open man with the pass.
Back to Edwards. And there's the try. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Second personal foul.
It's on Bobby Portis. In a moment here to take a look at some of the hustle stats for the Bucks.
Great heads-up defensive play tonight, creating offensive opportunities for themselves by forcing deflections.
And you also have to applaud how they've been able to create turnovers and then convert those on the offensive end.
Looking at who's out there now for the Bucks. Brook Lopez is checked in for Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Gary Trent. And Lillard subbed in for Kevin Porter. And so it looks like the 76ers will retain possession here.
Great instincts from him to get a hand on that pass and tip it out.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to maybe even get the steal, but I agree. He's still got a good outcome.
And the 76ers making a change here. Oubre is checked in. Yep, that one goes.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Down low. And Lopez throws it down.
And it's easy to see why Lopez is out here in these moments, never afraid to take a big shot.
Embiid with the screen on Giannis. And there's the defensive 3-second call.
At the line for the 76ers.
And the technical free throw is good.
And in a close game like this, they can really rely on him to take care of business at the line.
George passes to Embiid. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
First personal foul.
Such a physical player. Not to get into it with Embiid when you're covering him.
And no matter what, one of the big positives they can take away from this game is how well they've performed at the line.
I know he's kicking himself for not snatching the lead. But look, he tied things up.
The 76ers have gone 3 of 5 here in the fourth quarter. Pretty good numbers coming out of the break. Maxey, no good.
Gotta find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not gonna get him.
Antetokounmpo kicks to Kuzma. Back to Antetokounmpo. Prince outside. 6 to shoot. Back to Giannis. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. It's on Kelly Oubre.
I think what makes Giannis special is how uncomplicated he is. The man is just an incredible, pure athlete who simply loves the game of basketball. That's all there is to it. They're ahead, but if they don't get a stop here, that free throw could prove critical. And you know what? He had to clear some space for himself to get that rebound. Not an easy one there among the big boys.
Lopez with the ball. George picks him up. Prince wide open. Bangs home the trifecta. Prince has got the lead up to 4 now for the Bucks.
The defenders need to recognize the importance of staying on him as we get into crunch time.
He gets it in there. George has got 4 points in the quarter.
And guys, George takes pride in hitting big shots. Just get him the ball and let him do his thing.
Picks Kicks it out to Prince. Back to Lillard. And Lillard gets double teamed. Giannis outside. Lillard outside. Got it.
Oh, you just love seeing a player with absolutely no fear.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
Philadelphia moving the ball around. Maxey, no good.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Antetokounmpo passes to Kuzma. Back to Antetokounmpo. Kuzma outside. Pass to Lopez. Now Lillard. And it's Grimes with the rebound. Here's Maxey. So a close game sees Milwaukee taking this one. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job. Thank you, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. And so for Rick.
Wyatt Anderson with Grant Hill and Stan Van. These teams have talent up and down the depth chart, Coach. How important is that in assembling a contender?
Well, look, it's even more important, Brian, in the regular season than it is in the playoffs. To get through a long NBA season and get yourself in good playoff position, you're going to need a lot of guys. 12, 13 guys at different points in the year are going to have to be ready to make contributions. Now, obviously, the team with the better starting five will have the edge, but depth can be a big factor even in the playoffs.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Holiday in at the point. White with it, started down by George. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Maxey surveys. Pass to Oubre. About a minute played here so far in the first. Brown in the high post. And that one drops.
Terrific finish there from Brown. He goes up strong and absorbs the contact.
Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Outside White, and looks like an illegal pick was set. That gets the ref's attention.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, you can get away with a lot in terms of screens today, but you can't make it that obvious.
To the middle. Here's Oubre, and he goes in for the dunk.
He was grabbing the rim to extend the hang time.
Hey, maybe making sure the landing was kinder than the takeoff. Oubre against Tatum. The shot, no good. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. And there's the drive. Here's Grimes. Good. And the assist to Embiid.
And he's such a unique talent at both ends. Embiid with the vision that time.
And here's Holiday. The layup off target.
I mean, come on. That's a shot you expect him to make.
Here's Oubre. And Porzingis with the block. Here's White. Oh, a beautiful reverse layup.
Oh, just an easy reverse for him. He has nice feel and touch around the bucket.
Philadelphia leading by 3. Now here's Maxey, and the call will be against Jason Tatum. That'll be his second foul of the game. Boston making a switch here. Horford's checked in.
Celtics substitution. Number 42.
Grimes, pass to Oubre. Sinks it from distance. Oubre's got 7.
Well, hey, you give him some daylight, he can knock it down.
Holiday against Maxey. Ooh, too long in the paint, and he's hit with a 3-second violation. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
I have to applaud their ball movement. They're moving the ball around, finding the best looks they can, and keeping everyone involved.
Yeah, on top of that, they've been resourceful defensively, generating scoring opportunities by forcing turnovers.
Horford, a screen on Oubre. Brown with it. Oubre picks him up. Chalk up 2 there.
Yeah, the moment Horford has the rock down low, good night. I mean, just too many moves from the vet.
George finds Oubre. Here's Grimes. Off the mark there with a 3. Celtics trail by 3. Here's Holiday. Some solid defense from Maxey. For Philadelphia, they've gone 4 of 7, shooting a solid percentage. Grimes, the pass to Oubre. Here's Grimes from deep, bearing his second of 3 attempts.
Yeah, you want to get him going as soon as possible. great way for him to start this game.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he gets into a good rhythm early, watch out.
George against Horford. Back to Porzingis. White for three. Paul George pulls down the board. Philadelphia leading by 6. Maxey passes to George. Outside Oubre. That three's off the mark. A chance at a 2-for-1 if they'd like.
And I really can't see why they wouldn't.
Holiday drives in. Misses in close. The 76ers have gone 5 of 9 from the floor. Pass to Grimes. Takes a 3. Boston with a rebound. There's 21 seconds left in the first quarter. Right side Porzingis. Tries a 10-footer. And he gets it to go off the front iron.
Porzingis just simplifies the game. I mean, I like how he just sees things in these situations.
Here's Grimes, defended by Brown. For 3, Maxey. The shot that time not on target. And so the first quarter is in the books. Philadelphia on top, up by 4. Don't go away. We'll be back with these. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And looking at what we've seen from the Sixers, what do you guys think?
Oh, what a first quarter. You love their willingness to make the extra pass.
Yeah, it's the kind of offense every coach loves to see. Selfless and smart.
On the court right now for the Celtics. Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Jason Tatum. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. And it's Hauser in at the 3 slot. Celtics trail by 4. Left side Craig. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
Where's the rim protection? That's just too easy for him.
Outside Edwards. Puts up a 3. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Edwards got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy out there. The game comes naturally to him.
Here's Tatum. Tatum showing off the strength.
And Jason Tatum was fearless on that finish. Went right through the contact.
Here's Yabusele. Ooh, rejected by Horford. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Back to Tatum. Fires the 3. Rebound by Philadelphia. And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A. I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team. I'll tell you, those finishes are always extra special when they come from your point guard.
Oh, forget about his passing. Can we see more dunking?
Wow, that is an impressive vertical for a point guard. My goodness.
Pass to Hauser. Cornette in the post. Embiid covers. Cornette can't hit. The Sixers lead by 5. Now here's Embiid. Here's McCain. Over to the wing. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Edwards. And it's good. Fought through contact. Hit the shot and will go to the line. Philadelphia shooting their first foul shot of the game. Free throw no good for Edwards. Stan, you started as an assistant in the NBA back in 1995. Now all of these years later, for a coach, what's been the biggest change, you think?
Well, I think the biggest change, Brian, has been that...
Oh, my goodness!
What a dunk!
And they're building up steam, getting out in front and trying not to look back.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
On the wing, Holiday. Outside White. Again, the miss by the Celtics. Philadelphia has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Here's George. the jam.
He's not going to take it easy when he gets to the bucket. George will hammer it home.
Oh, George with a steal. And they're on the run. Edwards, a pass to Embiid. For three, George. He buries it from three. George has got 7 points here in the quarter.
And the defense has to be more aware of Paul George. You got to know how fast his trigger is.
And he's going to the line for two. The official saw contact while he was going up.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
Boston shooting their second and third shots at the line here. And he can't hit the second.
Just money from the line. Tatum knows the importance of making free throws.
Bona. Oh, nice finish from the low block. That one's good. And the 76ers lead by 15.
They're really dictating the tempo on both ends of the court. You love it.
Absolutely. They're playing their game and executing at a real high level. Everything is working for them right now.
Porzingis passes to White. 5 to shoot. The kick to Tatum. Three-pointer. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday. Tatum's got 6 points.
You know, this team relies on Tatum hitting those shots, and that's why he's such a high-volume three-point shooter.
Takes the three, and Philadelphia hits again from deep.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Looking like a runaway freight train, Tatum taking it to the rack with a purpose.
Pass to Bona. For three, Maxey. And it falls. 2 for 3 from the field so far.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. Must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
On the take. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
That's his third personal
That one on
foul.
Tatum.
And what a slash by Maxey. I mean, so good at forcing the defense's hand.
That free throw, no good.
Maxey. 2 shots.
Good on the second one. Celtics trail by 17. Brown with it. Catches in. A terrific finisher inside.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
And so it's Philadelphia flanking their chances, ending the quarter with a 15-point lead. We hear teams talk about wanting to get the ball inside, but all right, Allie, thanks for that. We will see everyone right back after this break, ready for the second half. And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Philadelphia leading by 15. Kelly Oubre out there with George. Then it's Joel Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. That's the group for Nick Nurse getting going here in the second half. Now Tatum. Tatum on the drive. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Having added so much strength, Tatum can take the contact and stay balanced.
Boston shooting their 4th shot at the foul line here. Here's Maxey. Pass to Grimes. George for 3. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Tatum. Tatum knocks it down. He's locked in right now.
You're calling Tatum a capable scorer would be an understatement. He is an elite offensive talent.
Maxey passes to George. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by White. Pass to Embiid. Here's the three. Philadelphia with another miss.
And you never want to give a shooter like him a clean look.
Inside, White gets it to go.
The unique perspective of a big. Porzingis has great awareness and the ability to easily find the open man.
Outside Maxey, outside Oubre, to the inside, and stolen by Porzingis. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. And, Coach, you look at Derek White, maybe not the biggest name, but he is a winning player.
Yeah, Brian, he's one of the most underrated players in the league. He's got a great feel for the game at both ends of the court. He is tremendously solid across the board.
Count it.
This is anyone's game now, and they have the momentum.
Yeah, taking away the lead is never easy. But a rally like this is how you do it.
Philadelphia with another miss.
Well, that is stifling coverage on the perimeter. That's how you stop a good shooter in his tracks.
They've been aggressive during this run, but they've also played under control.
Yeah, you know, I like how they're not relying on just one guy to get it done. They're sharing the ball and keeping the defense guessing.
Oubre can't hit. Here are the Celtics with the ball. A 12-0 run right now and counting. Tatum. Oh, look at Tatum going to work inside. Pass to George. Embiid with it. Outside Oubre. And there's the whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot two. And growing up in California, Stan, when did you first fall in love with the game of basketball?
Well, Brian, my dad coached for a long time, and I just remember going to his practices and going to his games. I can't remember a time where I didn't love the game.
The Celtics making a switch here. Pritchard's checked in.
And you got to give Paul George credit for his mental toughness. There's always lots of chatter out there, but he tunes it out and just focuses on his game.
It's stolen by Maxey. Here we go. Here's Grimes. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 8th rebound here tonight. It's Brown on the wing. Pass to Pritchard. And here's Tatum for the tie. The rebound by Maxey. 3-point spread on the scoreboard. Here's Grimes. For three, George. Philadelphia with another miss. Right side, Brown. It doesn't go for him. And George with some nice D. Yabusele. And the ball out of bounds. The Celtics will have it. So both teams making some changes here. 1:19 left in the third. Here's Hauser. No made baskets yet. Shots blocked. And that'll be Boston's ball as it goes out of bounds. Celtics able to keep possession here. Edwards, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Cornette's checked in for Boston. Brown passes to Horford. Here's Hauser for three. And it's Bono with a rebound.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Yabusele, hook that.
Just great work cashing in on the fast break.
Well, converting on those transition opportunities is just so important.
Pass to Hauser. Back to Pritchard. This one for three. Gets the three to fall. Hauser's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game. Here's McCain. Yabusele. Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Here's Brown. And he's going to the line for two. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Personal foul.
A talented scorer and versatile defender. The athletic Brown is a vital piece for this team.
Butler's checked in for Edwards. And it's tied up with that one. 20 seconds left in the third quarter.
You'd like to let the clock run and take the final shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
To the paint. Here's Bona, and it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
Yeah, it was just a little late. I mean, he thought he got there, but the ref saw it otherwise.
Outside, Brown. Over Maxey. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. 3/4 of play and a close one here. Philadelphia. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
Yeah, well, this is the diversification of positions in this league. Everyone does everything now.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. So the Celtics 5 right now. We've got Jason Tatum, Torrey Craig out there with Al Horford. Then there's Peyton Pritchard, and it's Hauser in at small forward. Three-pointer Embiid, and he can't get that one.
Well, he just hasn't found his rhythm tonight, partly because he's gotten fewer touches.
Outside Craig. Inside, clock at 6. To take the lead. Horford can't hit. And they've been moving the ball really well tonight.
Good things come to those who take good shots. Man, he made sure to get his money's worth on that foul.
First team foul.
That free throw good from Gordon. And Philadelphia making a change here. Grimes is checked in. And the Celtics also making a change. Holiday's checked in for Craig.
Well, a miss is unfortunate, but he still manages to put them ahead. Barely.
And they take the lead.
There are no easy comebacks, but they really had to dig deep for this one.
Yeah, there is no quit in this team. Making up for that slow start with great composure and determination.
Now the Celtics on the move. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Personal foul. First team foul.
First one falls for him. Butler's checked in for Philadelphia.
Peyton Pritchard. 2 shots.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time.
It's not luck that he's so steady at the line. It's through repetition and hard work.
Puts up a deep 3. Boston pulls it in. Fourth quarter now. We're about a minute and a half in. Pritchard. And the layup falls.
Peyton Pritchard.
And here's Butler. Yabusele. Boston pulls it in. Horford's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Hauser from downtown. They got the rebound. Here's Pritchard. Butler covering. Now here's Tatum. Second chance effort. Rebound by Philadelphia. Embiid's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's McCain. Back to Butler. Takes a 3. Horford pulls it in. Horford's got 5 rebounds in the game. Here's Holiday. And Holiday powers it home.
Now, if you give Holiday a crease, that'll happen. I mean, he just blew the doors off the defense.
And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. He is not messing around, calling them into the huddle. And Boston with some changes. Porzingis is checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Hauser. And Derek White subbed in for Pritchard. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Nick Nurse had to say to the team. He told his players he expects more from them at the line, saying, quote, keep drawing fouls, keep getting to the stripe. But when you do, you got to make it count. Not looking to give those freebies away. Back to you.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Boston.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
Yeah, they've also done a great job of running. Attacking when they get the chance, always a great idea.
Both free throws good from Maxey.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort level, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there.
Now here's White. From deep. The rebound by Maxey. We've got 1:48 left in the fourth quarter here. Outside Oubre. Pass to Maxey. Here's George. Lets it go from deep. Hits the three-pointer.
This team counts on George to deliver points. His consistency under pressure is key to their offense.
Up top, Tatum. He's covered by Oubre. And it's Tatum missing. 76ers trail by 4. Grimes, the pass to Maxey. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by White. George for 3. Here's Embiid. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Here's Tatum. Philadelphia grabs the miss. And 1:01 left in the fourth quarter of this one. To the middle. It's stolen by Holiday. White, the pass to Tatum. That one is off. Excellent D there from Embiid. For 3, George. And he buries it. Oh, what a sensational bucket. That brings him within 1. They'll probably slow things down now.
Burn the clock while you have the lead. I like that.
Tatum with it. Guarded now by George. Here's Brown. Count it!
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Yeah, and I can say from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief. Well, we talk about ice in his veins a lot, but this guy personifies that. What a clutch shot.
Tatum. And he sinks it.
And this guy is made for these moments. Tatum, the big-time shot.
For 3, Maxey. Misses the 3. Holiday looking for an opening. Oh, he nails it!
That's exactly what you work for, a high percentage look.
And so it's Boston who scrapes by with the win. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for them. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that about wraps it up. Alongside Stan Van Gundy, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce.
Don't compare me to none of these. I touch it and turn into diamond and gold.
Oh, say does.
It's the NBA on 2K Sport. Oh, we've got... Quite the matchup in store tonight, Doris. Two conference rivals set to clash once again.
NBA, there's typically a little bit of chippiness because it is clear these two teams don't like each other, and you and I are here for all of it.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. Now here's Holiday. Here's Tatum. Pass to Brown. Launches it. Missed it. Now 0 for 1 on this game. And so Prince will bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Tatum pulls it in. Boston on offense. Here's White. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
Lopez needs to hold down the fort on defense. An incredible wingspan to get that one.
It's Kuzma with the miss. Here's Holiday. Sinks that one from the post.
Showing off with the floater game. Not a shot you can swat.
Doris, it's hard to pick one, but Derek White is in the running for best defensive guard.
It's so true, and what Derek White does perhaps better than any other guard is block shots. When we talk about top on-ball defenders, he's also on that list. We want to talk about somebody who can get in the passing lane and be disruptive. He's on that list. Truly can do it all.
Now here's White. Knocked loose. Here's Porzingis. Banked it in off the glass.
I tell you, at 7'3", to have that kind of body control, Kristaps Porzingis makes it look easy.
Prince, the pass to Lillard. Just over a minute and a half in. Prince against Porzingis. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Tatum pulls it in. The Celtics have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Rejected by Antetokounmpo.
Giannis puts his touch on every aspect of the game. Big reach on display that time.
Pass to Prince. Kuzma, left side. Nails it from beyond the arc.
Hey, when he's hitting that shot, it really helps the spacing for this team.
And what happens is the court just opens up. You like seeing him get into a rhythm from outside the arc. Love it. Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
Pass to Prince. Holiday against Lillard. 6 to shoot. Lopez, the screen on Holiday. Down low. Out to Lillard. The 3. Rebounded by the Celtics.
And lockdown defense against one of the best three-point shooters in the league.
Tatum passes to White. Here's Porzingis. Perfect night so far. 2 for 2.
Well, we know that Kristaps Porzingis can shoot the rock. He's a sweet shooting big, but you'd love to see him use his size in the paint.
And of course, Boston winning 8 consecutive titles from 1959 to 1966. Doris, you think we'll ever see a streak like that again?
NBA, I think that's almost impossible in this day and age. With free agency, with more salary cap restrictions, it's just hard to win 2 in a row these days, let alone 8. My goodness.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Damian Lillard last season becoming the 51st NBA player ever to cross the 20,000-point threshold and the 17th fastest to ever do it. He said it's a great accomplishment and a rare space to be in. But I'm like, man, I might be able to get 27 or 28,000 if I can stay healthy. Ryan, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, me either. Thanks, Allie. And the Bucks will go for a different look here. Sims, he's checked in for Lopez. Portis comes in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Trent. He's checked in for Kuzma. And it's Porter Jr. in for Prince. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Cornette's checked in for Porzingis. Horford comes in for Tatum. Hauser, he's checked in for White. And Pritchard is subbed in for Drew Holiday. Pass to Pritchard. Trent with the defensive effort. The Bucks trail. Fires for three. That one drops, and it comes off an assist from Porter.
This is what we would call a hot spot, particularly if Gary Trent Jr. is the shooter.
And Lillard, here we go. And the dunk by Lillard.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
Giannis Antetokounmpo is checked in for the Bucks. Green comes in for Damian Lillard. Craig is checked in for Boston. Tatum comes in for Brown. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Trent finds Porter. On the wing, Green. Back to Porter. Pass to Trent. Let's go with a three. Oh, he missed it. Making him 1 for 2 now. And they're on the break. Here's Craig. And he floats it in for the easy 2. Credit the sweet setup on that one.
Woo! His energy is unmatched.
The finish in transition, nice and easy.
1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. The Bucks on top. They lead by 1. And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Bucks.
Well, we're in the era of the three-point basket. So if you want to win games in this league, you have to connect from deep. And they have been thus far.
And the other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
Taking a look at the Celtics. Peyton Pritchard is out there with Jason Tatum. Then it's Torrey Craig. Then there's Al Horford. And it's Hauser in at the small forward position. Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
First personal foul.
Well, despite the effort to create super teams, the league has a lot of parity right now, Grant.
It really does, and I like it. It's not quite like the 80s Celtics and Lakers or the 90s Bulls, partly because of the salary cap. It's so hard to pay more than 2, maybe 3 stars at a time.
Here's Tatum. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Pass to Hauser. Horford, right side. Portis with the steal. Now here's Trent. Green for 3. Knocks down the long J. Green's got his first 3 points of the game.
That's unselfishness from Trent Jr. We know he wants to score, but when your teammate's that wide open, just simply put the ball where it needs to be.
The drive by Tatum. Here's Horford. It's hauled in by Portis.
Coaches loathe empty possessions. You got to be able to hit the easy ones.
You know, for a swingman, Trent has good size and a sturdy, strong presence to him.
Oh, B.A., he sure is. He can make an impact on the defensive end with the attributes you just talked about. Not only can he be a stopper, though, let's remember, this guy can get hot as a shooter. You better look out. He can get on a heater.
Brook Lopez is checked in for Milwaukee. Prince comes in for Green. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Boston. Drew Holiday comes in for Craig. Right side Porzingis. And there's a 3-second call. This one on the defense. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
1 shot.
And the technical free throw is good. Doris, even as he gets up there in age, Drew Holiday is still an elite defender.
Brian, it's really remarkable how valuable a piece he is. They call him the Swiss Army knife because he is one of those rare individuals that can guard all 5 positions. He understands schemes. He's willing to mix things up. Drew Holiday is elite, period.
Pass to Porter. The 3 ball. Boston pulls it in.
Well, the defense clearly was not interested in guarding him from downtown. They're very fortunate he missed.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. And you know, you look at someone like Peyton Pritchard, Doris, heady guy who doesn't make many mistakes.
Maybe his best attribute in my mind is the competitive spirit and the motor he plays with. He's a fearless shot taker, either inside or from three-point range. He makes excellent choices with his passes. But again, I go back to that competitive toughness.
Rollins, he's checked in for Porter Jr. And the Celtics also making a change. Horford's checked in. Antetokounmpo, left side. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. Trent from long range. Oh, he missed that one. 1 for 3 in this one so far. Celtics trail by 3. Here's Tatum, and he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Doris, it seems like every year Tatum's name is right atop the MVP ballot.
To me, Ryan, it speaks not only to his talent, but also his consistency and the work ethic. The game is important to him. He's versatile, he's clutch, he's everything you want in a star player.
Kyle Kuzma, he's checked in for the Bucks. Lillard comes in for Rollins. Brown, he's checked in for Boston. Derek White comes in for Pritchard. Back to Lillard. Pass to Antetokounmpo. The 3 from Prince. Good! And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Prince has got himself on the board with a 3 there. Here's Holiday. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez. And that's out of bounds. Boston will retain possession. Three minutes of action thus far in the second. And Tatum drills the 3. Here's Lillard. It's Prince on the wing. He's guarded by White. Antetokounmpo outside. On the wing, Kuzma. Back to Prince. Shot clock at 5. Antetokounmpo outside. Giannis to the cup, and the layup is good off the glass. And the Bucks lead by 3.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma, we think of him as a scorer, but that was a tough target to miss, wide open.
Tatum feeling it out a bit. 1:19 left in the first half. Outside Holiday. 4-3. No good on the shot. And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for the Bucks. He's got 5. Lillard left side. Back to Antetokounmpo. From the arc. And Lillard gets it to go on the assist by Antetokounmpo. Now it's a 6-point Bucks lead. 51 seconds left in the first half of this one. Pass to Brown. The 3 is up. Bullseye! Jaylen Brown!
Jaylen Brown with the immediate answer from three-point territory. Yes, sir.
Lillard passes to Lopez. Here's Prince. Just 5 to shoot. Pass to Kuzma. Launches a 3. Prince can't hit.
And that closeout certainly made a difference.
Well, no question. He altered that shot, and most of the time, that's just as good as blocking it.
Holiday. It's stolen by Kuzma. Here's Prince. He's guarded by White. To the wing, right side. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Milwaukee out in front, up by 3. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Wow, Damian Lillard really having a great game.
Yeah, I love how effortlessly he scored. The game just comes so easy for him.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3 spot. That's Doc Rivers 5 as we get into the second half. White can't hit.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
And this is where you hope that he can find something easy so he can see the ball go through the net.
Celtics trail by 3. And he's made a case for first-team all-defense. Doris Jaylen Brown, the complete game.
Brian, what you love to see from a great player that's just entering their prime is the pride they take in being well-rounded. Do you want to absorb a big-time defensive assignment? Jaylen Brown wants to do exactly that.
Pass to Lopez. Here's Prince. Antetokounmpo outside. Kuzma for 3. That shot off. A tight game here in Milwaukee. Brown inside, working on Lopez. Tatum with it, and it's Kuzma picking him up. Oh, look at Tatum going to work inside.
Well, size and skill. Tatum on the interior, yes, sir.
Antetokounmpo, pass to Kuzma. Back to Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. Antetokounmpo outside. Pass to Kuzma to the inside, and they forced the shot clock violation. Great D.
Boy, not on the same page there, and in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
For Boston, they've gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Porzingis sets a screen. Outside White. For the lead. Oh, through contact. White gets the finish.
Oh, that is impressive stuff from Derek White. Defender in his grill, no problem.
Pass to Prince. Lets the 3 fly. And the Bucks miss again.
Yeah, he usually makes you pay from that range.
And that one is hammered home.
But the defender had more size than him, but did not have more fight.
Holiday against Lillard. Now here's Holiday. He's covered closely. White for 3. The kick to Tatum. There's the 3. Corner shot, Tatum.
Yeah, the ability for Jason Tatum to be ready on the catch. Those opportunities make the game a little bit easier.
Back to Lillard.
2 minutes remaining.
Pass to Kuzma.
2 minutes.
Here's Prince from behind the arc. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Brown passes to Tatum. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in. And now a 4-point Celtic lead.
Jason Tatum is capable of explosive nights offensively. If you're the defense, you better lock in right now.
Lillard finds Antetokounmpo. The 3 from Prince. Buries it from 3. Prince has got 5 points in the quarter.
You simply must play better defense than that. This guy is too good from distance.
Tatum showing off the strength.
Well, Jason Tatum has worked hard to fill out his frame. It's not going to bother him that you're bringing a level of physicality.
Pass to Lopez. On the wing, Kuzma. Here's Prince. Out left to the wing. Lillard outside. They get it again. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Prince, the pass to Lillard. Second chance shot. It's hauled in by White.
Well, terrific defense. They obviously respect his ability and just want to make it tough.
Kuzma against Brown. Back to Porzingis. Operating inside. Porzingis.
And this is outstanding vision by Jaylen Brown. This guy dishing the ball beautifully to his teammates.
Prince against White. Pass to Antetokounmpo. It's stolen by Tatum. It's 2-on-1. Here's White. And White Finishes off the break. Well done.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
And we've reached the end of the third. Celtics out in front. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
He's got the size to survey over the top of the defense and find the open man. That was beautiful.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. So the Celtics 5 right now. Al Horford out there with Torrey Craig. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. Then there's Jason Tatum. And it's Hauser in at the small forward. Tatum against Green. Tatum to the rack. Lays it up and in on the nice reverse. Tatum's got 11 points here in the second half.
But Jason Tatum worked hard, being comfortable in tight windows off the dribble drive. That was a nice-looking move.
Pass to Porter, beyond the arc. And that comes off the assist by Green. Porter's gotten himself going with a triple, his first basket of the game. Outside Tatum. With the drive. Here's Pritchard. And here's Horford for 3. Porter pulls it in. Hawks trail by 6. Antetokounmpo, right side. Outside Porter. Trent on the wing. To the paint. Outside for Green. And here's Porter outside. Rebounded by the Celtics. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Tatum. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. It's going to go on Gary Trent.
What impresses me about Jason Tatum are his work habits. His commitment in the offseason to adding something else to his arsenal. We know he can play high-level basketball on both ends. The sky is the limit.
Boston making a switch here. Porzingis is checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Hauser. Derek White's checked in for Craig. And Drew Holiday is... The kick out to Kuzma. Pass to Lopez. Fires it from 18. And that one comes up a bit short. Celtics lead by 7. Porzingis sets a screen. Here's Tatum. Oh, Tatum takes the contact.
We know this is an offensive-minded player. Jason Tatum loves running pick-and-roll action.
And here's Lillard. Kuzma outside. Back to Antetokounmpo. Out to Lillard from outside the arc. Hauled in by Brown.
Listen, that's a look he can hit, but right now he can't throw it in the ocean.
2 minutes.
1:56 left to play in the fourth quarter. Porzingis with a screen on Kuzma. Brown passes to Porzingis. White on the wing. Jacks up with 3. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lopez has got 4 rebounds now. On the wing, Kuzma from the corner. Out to Lillard. It's Prince on the wing. Yes! Great play by Lillard to set it up.
It's hard to make your way in today's NBA without being a tremendous three-point shooter. Taurean Prince doing work from beyond the arc.
Tatum against Antetokounmpo. Tatum inside. And he makes it on the layup. Tatum's got 16 in the second half.
He is the story for them offensively and a big reason why they're ahead.
There's a minute 12 left in the fourth. Boston leading by 8. Holiday with the ball. Porzingis with a screen on Lillard. Holiday passes to White. There's Tatum with the 3. Rebound, Milwaukee.
Man, just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Pass to Lopez. Back to Lillard. Kuzma with the ball. The 3 from Prince. Porzingis grabs the board. And they're so close to putting this game away.
Yeah, B.A., you don't have to do anything crazy. Just run the clock. Don't turn it over. And you know they're extremely disappointed right now. I mean, this one getting away from them.
Well, they definitely have some things to work out, and you'd love to see them finish this game the right way.
Out to Lillard. The 3 is up. The shot misses. And it's Tatum with the ball for the Celtics. So far in the fourth, they've allowed just 6 points. Outside Holiday. The steal.